Hello. Hey. How you're doing? Welcome. Yeah, it's been a while. Oh my god. It's been a while. Oh, I feel tired. Sorry. I just got back from airport. I don't know why for the past few days. Or especially on Wednesday that I have to go to airport and then come back multiple times. It's just kinda weird, but it's all good. So update is that mom went to Kuching today along with my second sister. It is for like a follow-up visit to a doctor in Kuching because of my sister's stomach issue. I mean, I Google search for wee and then it's like stomach. So I guess. No, usually when she eats something wrong and then she'll just go like, oh god, no, the pain is unbearable, something like that. So it has going on for a while, and hopefully this visit will tackle the issue, because it's the third time that they went to Kuching already to take care of this problem, but the problem is not been resolved yet, so I'm a little bit skeptical. Just a tad bit skeptical, so I don't know. No, I actually don't know. No. Oh my god, Pets and Boop. Hi, Brecky. And the spin. Hi, Brekkie. Brekkie. I saw uh last night my time I saw Brekkie. I was like, ooh. I don't know why I don't know why I expected, like, it's kind of rude of me to expect, because honestly every time I hear a voice like someone that's the deep voice kind of thing, and I look at the face, I look at Becky, then I was like, Hi Roxas. Stinky, you're the stinky one. It's fun to me to hear what people expected. I was expecting someone. I don't know what to expect, honestly, but it's not what I expected. I might be very rude right now. I'm so sorry. It's fun to me to hear. My German accent makes me sound like 40. It's not old per se, I would say. It's not old and or mature. Well, it is very mature, but it's not old. It's not old. But I think what's the word for it? Is it really there's no word for cute? It's not cute per se. I would say the Braggie's voice sounds wise. I think that's the word. Because it sounds very like on the ground, sort of like you're very another, how do I explain it? 很沉稳. Okay, let me search for the word 沉稳 on the ground. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to explain it. Let me go. 你不要跟我讲你听不懂沉稳啊，拔过去。沉稳 ，come. Hi Nexus. Monotone? No, it's not monotone.
沉稳.
沉稳, but English it says calm. Hi Salon. Another long night. Let's go. No, let's not go, Salon. Wait, you did sleep for a little bit, right? Thank you, Nexus. I'm gonna squish Salon. Hello, don't sleep, he pass out. Oh, is that new Salon? Oh my god, wait, that's Postpal Salon. That is Postpal Salon, adorable. Until I want some action, tell you that. What do you mean action? I want some Monster Hunter action. Hope you're doing good. I mean, I do believe that Salo passed out. I've seen Salo playing the Ogre game. It's on Breaky's last stream. Yeah. Time to punch some monsters. I can actually punch monsters with Tonfa, yeah. I just pass out what is even sleep. Salo. Milk. What are we trying to hear? I actually don't know. I blame Roxas for that one. I don't know what Roxas is on about. Being covered in silk? Yeah, it's not milk. What do you mean? Silk. Everything's fine, just silk. Yeah. It's just silk. Oh, speaking of, I already have an idea on what to do for Halloween. Analog horror kobold, from what we've seen last week. Or this Monday. Yeah, let me go here. I love analog horror. Hi, Torisasas. Tom Yum Kalia. I like curry a little bit more than Tom Yum. I will eat both. Okay. Oh wait, are you trying to cook one for yourself and I just cannot decide? Some people told me they're jealous of my hair, and someone told me I look like the hot fae from the book. I am jealous of your hair though, not gonna lie. Glad I'm not the only one. I was like, gosh, that hair. I mean, it's it must have took a long time to take care of it, no? Because the hair doesn't look... Well, I try to have long hair myself, but I just not good at taking care of it. So I will always have short hair, I guess. I take zero effort. There's no way though. Like I shower and brush it, that's it. But that's what I do as well. Wait. Brecky have beautiful hair? I would say that, yeah. I mean, personally, I think that is one great looking hair. Oh, the hair does remind me of like Dragon Force, the rock band, or the metal band. Okay, I'll stop. A glorious mane? What's a glorious mane? I mean, I know what glorious mane is, but is that like a name for a certain hairstyle? Someone said I look like Kurt Cobain? Who that? Wait, I'm curious. Oh, I'm typing... Wait, at first glance you do though! Oh shit! First glance, you do exude that energy. Or like that, the facial structure. I think at first glance, yeah. I can see it, I can see it. Even the hairstyle is similar, but not exactly the same, but it's similar. Wow. The singer from Nirvana? Oh, 1990s. Oh, wait. Oh. Didn't even check. It's someone that already passed away that I didn't even know. Oh my god, wait. When they passed away, I'm still not in the world yet. Ixon said I should sit on her head. That sounds really bad out of context. I mean, if Ixon said so, I guess I have no choice. Slash me. No, don't ban Brian. Hi Brian, hi Ixon. I mean, I don't mind. What I'm imagining is more like, you know the size of a bird that's sitting on like a humanoid head, and then like above. a little bit. That kind of feel. No. Yeah. I assume that's what Brian meant. Just the context. Without context, it does sound kind of sussy. So you might notice that my armor changed. My armor changed a little bit. I might look a little bit stronger now. That's because I am. So in G Rank, apparently there's a lot of... Sorry, give me a second. There's a lot of decorations and skills that is like new to G Rank. I think it's... Yeah, this one. Tree World is like a very good one. Strong attack is way better than just attack in general. Evasion, of course I'm gonna get evasion. Evasion 2 is really good. Fencing is good. Taijutsu is funny. Taijutsu is something that's new in G Rank. So what Taijutsu does is that your kick turns into like a judo kick. You actually do a roundhouse, and then if you're running kicking, you do a drop kick. So that's something new. Status resistance. Oh, Jade is booping everyone. How about me? Hi, Jade. Where mom boop? Oh God, Blazing Majesty is new. I don't know what it does. It just says grants a wide variety of fire-related buffs. So I assume it's something... If the element is fire or blaze, then it gives a lot of buff. I don't know. Elemental damage from monster's weak spot. Well, very self-explanatory. And I have speed eating now. Yeah, thank you, G. And look at all the boops though. Look at that. Oh, all the boops up there. Boops good. So I did hunt for quite a bit off stream, whenever I get the chance to. Yeah, I'm G rank 43 now. I'm G rank 43. That's pretty high, I would say. Last time I played, I was only G rank 8 or something, if I remember correctly. Oh wait, this is... Oh, this is HR. This is GR. So I've been hunting Shantian, and I hunted Fatalis once, but not on stream. I hunted it on off stream at one night, and Fatalis is a lot different in this game, especially in G rank. I got cooked multiple times. It was fun. Let's find it. I got cooked. Oh gosh, I should make a boop emote. I need the boop. I need the boop. Oh wait, I forgot to change weapon. I'm using longsword. I'm supposed to be using tonfa. Longsword is really good. For the past... That was loud. For the past few hunts I've been using longsword, and yeah, it's really strong. God damn! Oh my god, it doesn't hurt, but... I was surprised too. It's like, hey, it doesn't hurt. But then I was wrong. There's some very dangerous moves. They always have something like that, something that's dropping down from above. too tall. I just think being able to dash cancel with all weapons now is really good. Can't really tell what even hit me. My first fight against Fatalis, I was using hammer. Hammer is great. Shit, I cannot see, I don't know what's going on. Oh yeah, this one, it's the Hadouken. Oh, it's the thickest. Lend me your energy, this one. I died multiple times to this. I almost died. I almost died, fuck. I was using the strongest armor that I currently have and I almost died. God, this Fatalis is pretty cool. It's a lot different than Monster Hunter World Fatalis. I'm gonna go for the chest. Me saying that, immediately going for tail. Oh. I'm just gonna do it. Hi, Ingro. Yeah, boy, it's been a while. It has been. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Wait, it's all not good hits though. I think I have enough time. I think I have enough time for this. Quickly. Nice, okay. Oh my god. Is it changing place? I think it might be. So that's a wild dragon. Yeah, it's here. And being able to run with weapon is so cool. Look at this shit. What other Monster Hunter game offer running with a weapon now? Only this game. And it works so well too, because all the monsters are way faster than the other games. I missed. Am I dead? I just realized what this is. I'm running away. I'm running all away. Okay, we good. Dova! Oh my god, hi Dova! Alright, give me a second. I'm trying to beat up this hot looking dragon. Hello. Thanks for the raid. Give me a second. How were you doing? What were you playing? Hope you're doing good. Oh, what's going on? Oh, it met. Right. Oh, it's mega angry now. Look at shiny Fatalis. You never seen this before. Only in this game. That's the reason why I love this game so much. I'm doing it. Twitch threw a tantrum and gave my stream a minute delay, but out of nowhere. What? Oh, I remember that happening to me a long time ago. Yeah, that's like, no matter what I do, there's just always a 1 minute delay. That sucks. Hopefully it will not happen again because I don't like that. And I'm sure everyone hates that. Having delay on live streams is so sad. Frickin' bully? I'm getting bullied, look at my health. I'm in pain. I think I can cheat this one out. Yeah. I can cheat this one out. Let's go. I'm trading. I thought you were gonna tail swipe. Oh god, it's so cool. Because its whole body's burning, it's dealing DPS to me as well when I'm getting close to Fatalis. There's also Crimson Fatalis that I need to fight. Or Red Fatalis, people say. Oh, Hadouken! But either way, I still hope your stream went well. I will do all the proper introductions after this. My hand literally cannot get away from my controller right now. But yeah, I still hope you had a heckin' good stream. Oh, that was way easier than I thought. Okay. Yeah, what were you playing? Wait, I need to carve. That's alright, I need to carve. I cannot see shit. Help! Okay, what am I doing? I cannot control my oh. Okay. Oh my god, there's like so many carves on Fatalis. Cuddles? I saw you all. Cuddles. I mean, I like cuddles. A vintage story? What's that? It sounds like a very relaxing story game. I might be wrong though, it's just based off names. And also, hi everyone from the raid. And you know it's a little bit late, but still, I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love finding games and I do art occasionally. Well, I do art every Monday, not occasionally. It's a lot easier than I thought. The first time I got cooked, though, was asleep. Heard your voice, woke up, now I go back to sleep. I'm sorry if I ever, like, woke you up accidentally. I still hope you have good sleep. Have good sleep. Oh wait, I forgot to do this one as well. Let me change to Tonfa. I want to play Tonfa. Oh, I made Shantian Sama. Right, I forgot. This one, Tensho. Oh, there's only one Blazing Majesty. It's okay. I don't know if Tensho will benefit from Blazing Majesty because Tensho is not necessarily fire, I think. Unless it's everything, then I don't know. So today I think I'm gonna try to get some new quests done. Like this Disufiro, also Crimson Miraborias. I mean, it says Furious Scorching Flames. I have to say that it's a Crimson Fatalis, right? Let's start with this one first. And that felt very confident. I think I can do this easily. But I never seen this dragon before, no? If it is a dragon. Disufiro. It looks like Teostra? I might be wrong. Oh shit. Oh! Oh wow, I'm not ready though. Damn, that's cool as fuck. Oh. Okay, okay. Yo, what the fuck is going on? I'm in love, I'm in love. Oh my god, you're so angry. I love you though. You are so big though. Goodness me. I can't even see what's going on. Might not be a good idea. Oh, cutie cowboy is cute. I'll take it. Oh gosh, diggity dang, I couldn't even keep up. Oh my god. You're flippity zipping though. I think the game might be a little bit too loud. It might be a little bit. Yeah, let me change it. 2 points on all of them. I got stepped on. What are you doing? Oh my god. I don't know when can I attack. I mean, I've been attacking, but... At least it doesn't hurt that much. A purple water though, that purple water? Ooh. God damn. Oh. I don't think it's a good idea. I'm just gonna run away. I feel like half the round just chasing this dragon down. It's so fast. I love Tonfa so much. The combo potential for this weapon. Oh. Oh. Okay. You have a second phase? Oh no. Okay. Oh, I don't like the floor. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. How am I not getting hit? There it is. I'm just running around. Oh my god, it's so mega angry. Oh, that thing flinches. That flinch weirdly helps. Oh my god, the damage. Wait a minute. The tracking? Oh my god, I keep pressing the wrong button. When Tonfa suffers so much against misinput. damn, the music, holy shit. I don't think there's more, I don't think there's other Monster Hunter that's as intense as this game. Or like as action-packed as this game is, you know? Like, sure, World and Rise have some great moments, but nothing as bombastic as this. And hell, there's even more dragons out there that I haven't fought yet. I just reached G Rank not too long ago, and this is what I get. I actually don't know if Tonfa is blunt or sever weapon. It feels like both. Oh, hi Shine. A 5 streams trick? Thank you. Also, welcome. Hope you're doing good. And grounded combat can be better. All I'm hearing is crystal noises. Oh, I thought I dodged it. There's a second explosion. Oh my god.
I guess I'm gonna yip now. Oh, hi numbers! Uh oh. I'm out of stamina though. Did I just dodge that? We take those. Yip! Hi numbers! Yippee! 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 This dragon is crazy. I love it though. Can't even keep up. Oh, that was too late. Oh, I'm not fast enough. Oh, look, another hot dark. True. This one is cold and hard. I shouldn't assume that those are ice crystals. Those could just be crystals. Guess I hardly got a chance to hit them. Tail must be severable.
They're so heckin' cute, I'm gonna cry. Oh, I should be shipping him. Oh my god. Did I just dodge it? We take those. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but we take those. I thought about making a Dragon OC. Dragon Yip? Oh my god! I mean, hell yeah. Seeing more dragons which is make Cobalt goes hell yeah. Hell yeah. Bad idea. Okay. Oh, we did it. Did you just crystallize yourself? Shit. Oh, that's a sad way to go, though. Holy shit. Oh, it is ice. So it's ice and fire. So it got consumed by ice itself. That's kind of sad though. No. But throughout the whole fight, the fight was so fucking good. Yeah, that just looks unfortunate. I mean, it's cool as fuck though, but man, what a way to go. I can still hit him. Ice and Fire Dragon. I guess this is Alatrion but more intense. So 2 faces for this dragon. Tim? I got a Tim? Wait, what's your Japanese name again? I think that's Lian Donglong. I don't know the first word. Disufiro. Oh, that's one cool as fuck dragon. I'm gonna assume the dragon, the weapon is also really cool if I can make them. Oh. Green Valor Stone. Upgrading G rank weapons of 31 or higher. And Purgatory's Infernal Flames. Damn. Can't just use the stone to upgrade? Twin Firefly. Only endpoints? I don't think I have enough endpoints for this. Let me check if I have like new weapons I can make. Oh, Hypnoc weapon. Is that bird? On this Faronoku. Fatalis Tonfa? B Flame? B Flame. GR7 Gem. Raviente. I haven't fought a Raviente before because it's like a great slaying. And I heard that great slaying requires multiple people to get in. Crimson Fatalis. Oh, that's Disufirua? Yo, that's pretty cool. Can I exchange this? Kinu Shimeji. Found in G rank 7 star. Obtained from Akanto or Gurenzeburu. Oh, only 65 points? Only 65 points. Sure, give it to me. Oh, I can make this one as well. Fatalis Tonfa. Disufirua. Okiko. Oh, what is Okiko? Oh, the sharpness is like trash though. What is the sharpness? I don't like the sharpness. Maybe I should look at other weapons.
Hello.
Oh.
And welcome.
Hakage Tatsu? Hi, thanks for the follow. I'm looking at weapons for a little bit. Is this? Okiko. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know what Okiko is, but it's the Sufiro. It's a GR1 gem. Music? Music? Sound crystal. That looks good. Oh, it's quite fit. Oh my god. Hi, Rita. Been a while. Yeah, been a while. I know. What do you mean? What the hell? It's just milk. It's just milk. It's okay. Eat only milk. Don't worry about it. Hope you're doing good. Oh, I can already make Fatalis weapon. Oh, Diva story. I don't care about story. Hammer. Why do I feel like all G rank weapon kinda suck? I mean, they have Tensho, they have Okiko, they have B Flame. I don't know what those element is. Should I just be making gold weapons because this one is really fucking strong. Unknowns obtained from unknown. Fuck. 69 point milk seems normal. It is very normal. It is very normal. I mean, it's 69, but it's pretty normal. I would say it's so normal that it scares me because it's so normal. Crimson Fatalis? I guess I can go with Crimson Fatalis. These are GR46. I'm GR something. GR... What's my GR again? 44. Close enough. So we can do 200 soon. Let's go Crimson Fatalis. I'm pretty sure I need cold drinks for this. I mean, it's Crimson Fatalis. Normal? Like this couple is normal? I mean... Am I normal though? Is this cobalt normal? I don't know. Also, reader, look. This is my absolute favorite Monster Hunter game out there. It has punching. It has a lot of... It has a shitload of hot-looking dragons. Damn, okay. Yeah. Are you just gonna stay there? Oh, no, it's coming. Alright, here we go. And you can run with all the weapons drawn with extreme style. We love that. And you can dash cancel moves. Oh, misinput. No, I missed. Don't like that. Oh, it's a straight line, okay. It surprisingly doesn't hurt, but I'm not gonna believe. Okay, what is that fire? Explosion! I don't know what's going on, I'm just gonna kick. Oh, heartbreak. Oh, that looks like he's mega angry. Are you gonna go down again? Oh. Status attack up, nice. Help me fast eating. Eat all the herbs. I love fast eating so much. I should change the explosion. Another one. Did I do it? Yeah, I did it. Oh, something changed. Oh, that's cool as fuck. What the fuck is going on? Oh, music change. You know when music change, you know shit's gonna go bad. Especially when there's the choir going on, you know shit's gonna go bad. Oh my god. Oh my god, my health is like Reeby now, what the fuck? My health. Good lord. Oh my god. Another one? Explosion! Oh shit, my weapon cannot attack anymore? Really? My weapon broke! Oh shit, I didn't sharpen. I have to do it one more time. Yeah, it's not even maximum. I have to do it one more time. Ooh, this dragon is extra hot. I know, right? Extra hot. It might be kinda bad for my fluff though, but still. Where's the dragon? Where's the dragon? Where's the dragon? Oh, there it is. Yeah, short Tonfa mode really benefits from fencing too. I can't see shit. Nice! This one is the easiest by far. Really? We did it! Let's go! Carve the head! And dips if Tira did already. You can have this one. It's kinda scary with all my fluff around here. But still, that's very hot though. Ooh. That's to cool down. I probably have to from this. Is this seriously gonna be 9 carves for every Fatalis? 3 head, 3 chest, 3 lower body? Yeah. And that is a lot of carves. Just one more? Nice, I think that's everything. That's the first time I carved everything out of Fatalis. Fatalis. And this one is surprisingly the easiest by far. I'm so surprised. Oh, but it's like the... Oh, but all of them is so cool though. Now the Conquest has 4 of them, right? There's Santian, Disofurua, and then you have Fatalis and Crimson Fatalis. Shantian is definitely number 1 here. Like, Shantian is just the hottest, the coolest dragon of all. At least by far. I should drink. To upgrade G Rank weapons? So many names I never see before. Ooh. Ruko absolute scale. That's a really nice Ruko Diora armor. At least just the helmet. Guanto Rumo? Mizuha? I love Espinas is still pretty much the same. Haruto. Akanto. Oh, there it is. G Rank Remobra. I could honestly just make these. They don't look as strong. Yeah, they don't look as strong, but they are very cool. Not a lot of skills as well. Weird. Maybe I need to upgrade them to like their fullest before I can have any like strong skills, I think. What? Ooh. Wait, Fatalis' helmet is cool as fuck? Expert Dark Pulse? Dark Pulse. I think this is for like the long run project that like long run goal if I want is to make like a set of G rank armor and then upgrade them to the fullest. I already have like Shantian stuff because I have been farming Shantian for quite a bit. It's great. The dragon is hot. Can I make like full set? Jagged Tusk to make this. Grace. Grace, okay. Yes. Jagged Tusk. I think I got them from like Gia Praise. They don't even have like decoration slots. Just make them. Yeah. I think Grace is like Shantian's personal skill, sort of. Like Fatalis has like a dark pulse. Jagged Tusk. Jagged Tusk. I have to go kill a lot of like Eo Praise, Gia Praise just to get them. Oh, I never show you guys some other weapons as well. But Sword and Shield is like really fucking strong. Like good golly. I've shown Hammer. I haven't played Sword and Shield on stream yet. Why do I need to upgrade this weapon? Oh, it's from Hardcore Shogun. Yeah, I cannot buy them. Oh. Yeah, 46. Anti Teostra Camellias, Anti Kushala, Anti Voljo, Anti Rucodiora weaponry. So I can get some simple weapon from these quests? 7-star. Seven star. Anti-Kushala. Yellow orb? Blue orb? Black orb? White orb? I think that's Boru. So it's like green and then peach. Maybe I should get through all these quests first, like once, and see what weapon I can make from these. Probably. Do I dare go hardcore? Why not? I'm using Sword and Shield, and I will have an easier time. Wait. In jungle? Yeah, I'm bringing Psycho Serum. I should make more cool weapons. Oh, just put me there? Okay. Notice I can just keep cutting infinitely. Because it's a new attack called Evade Slash. Damn! Okay, that was actually daylight robbery. The sand that you showed me wasn't even there. Oh no. This is what insane crab are gonna combo. Sword and Shield is pretty strong still. Hadouken! Oh. Natsuchi Ruko Midogaron? What? I have to fight dogs? Oh god, I'll avoid that shit. Can get over she can make tonfa. Oh, I'm already making a bunch of tonfa, yeah. I have Kutkus, I have Shantian's tonfa. I'm on my way making red Crimson Fatalis tonfa. Also Fatalis tonfa. Well, slowly does it. But yeah, I'm already making some tonfa. But hi Splendid. I feel like Sword and Shield has like the fastest run ever. Like, in comparison with the other weapons. Oh. Gibi? Oh, even behind, shit. I did. Hi, Bring. I don't know, some of the other Pokemon games have fast movement. Don't they always have fast movement with bicycle? You know, when you use bicycle, you get like Hi, Breen. What makes Sword and Shield has faster movement? Oh, I'm comparing them, like, because extreme style allows me to run with weapon out, right? So this is normal, like, every weapon can have like normally run, but now extreme style allows me to like double tap to dash and gives different movesets afterwards. And Sword and Shield by far has like the fastest run speed ever. Like even Longsword is like... Even Longsword is not even that fast. And Greatsword is... a joke. Being able to run that fast. Oh. I know, I was talking about with other Pokemon games. Oh, like Pokemon Tournament? Pokemon Tournament! Uh-oh, pig. Run. There's pig. Oh god. I'm angry! Oh god, that still hit. The timing of this monster, goddamn. Whee! That doesn't count. Damn, that fast? Oh wait, let me do Hadouken. Oh, I cannot do Hadouken anymore? Unless... Hadouken! Got him! Oh my god, Sword and Shield, stupid! One move changed the whole game for Sword and Shield. One single move changes the whole game. One spin is all it takes. Glossy skin. I saw the evade attack right up there. Evade attack, and I was like, yeah, I'm excited for this. It is exactly what I thought it was. Black orb. There must be the orb to make weapons. Is it like all weapons can be made, or is it just like specific weapons? Like this one? Oh. What is this sharpness? Oh, what? Huh? How many black orb? Oh, that is strong as fuck, though. But gosh, diggity dang. Even for the other weapons, I guess? Okay, so only some of the weapons have black orb. Or is it only sword and shield? Seems like it's only sword and shield. I'm just gonna look through all of these. Maybe Diora. This one is good sharpness for an Okiko weapon. Oh, there it is. So, sword and shield gun length. I should play. Oh, and switch axe. The attack is insane. What the fuck? What the fuck? So according to Splendid, green orb is to make tonfa. Even though I could make these tonfa, but they don't look as strong, sadly. Why is this one in yellow? Oh, and both. I honestly want to play bow, but maybe someday I'll make like a gunner armor so that I can play bow. I don't want to play bow naked. I kinda want to make the sword and shield, but it's gonna take... There are 2 black orb. I need 10. Alright. Less whining, more attacking. Alright, let's go. We're gonna get so many daimyo hermito. And guess we're eating seafood tonight. Hardcore is fine, hardcore is fine. I don't need that. It spawns at 10. I hope the game put me in for the monster again. That would be great. That would be heckin' great. Please, please, I want it. God damn it. Oh, do you give Jagged Tusk? Rough scale. Because I need Jagged Tusk to make Shan Tian's armor. Oh. I guess not. Yeah, I guess not. Only Gia Prey and Io Prey gives them. Oh, Remobra. I need this stuff. How did I hit them? Tongue? It's just at places that I cannot hit. I think this is what I need, yeah. Just throw away the herb. I took a while. I don't know if the crab is still being 10. Yeah, no. Wait, did they run away? I saw some weird particles here. What's with that? Oh, okay. Oh. must kill crab. Oh, you never stop? Instant? eBay slashes iframes. Another one? Another one? Guess I could just spam the same move. Again? I don't think I have enough time. How far can you jump? Not very far, okay. Ooh. Did it run away? I know. I malicious McPay. My throat still feels weird, so sometimes talking feels weird. It's been months. It's so weird. Maybe I should look into this. That far? Another one? I thought I usually do 2 of them. Hadouken! Ooh. Feels good. And then you're gonna run away? Nope. What was that? Thanks, game. Even got a free paralysis in. Oh. Just one tap. Hermitophila? An infinite cut made easier. I mean, if you want infinite cut in World, it's not that worth to do it, but I mean, in World you have Perfect Rush, just do that. That's a lot of gems. So 2 orbs per quest? Oh, 2 orbs per quest? Oh, okay, it's fine. G Rank 45. I'm a little bit, to be honest, I'm a little bit worried for Mum. Going to traveling to Kuching today. I'm just a little bit worried because Mom is still kind of sick. It's not. It's already checked. It's not COVID, so that's one thing. But can I get this one? I need chat. I need time. Okay, wait. I'm gonna take a small little break. Just a tiny little break. Joy. I'll be right back real quick. Okay, also, is it this one? I'll be right back. In the meantime, you can look at me doing the joy. I'll be right back. I see the problem. Well, I did take a break, so the break I took was very interesting because I don't feel good. Something feels wrong, and I check my blood sugar is like way above. My blood sugar is way too high. I cannot believe it. So I'm gonna inject it real quick. I think I forgot to inject this morning. Wow. I don't believe it. This still happens to me. I mean, I do the same thing every day, and sometimes I just sort of forget. I think. Here, let me do some correction dose. Fuck. Good catch. Yeah, I'm like, I'm feeling oddly painful all over. So that's why I suspected something that's kind of wrong. So I guess I found the problem. Oh no. This usually doesn't happen though. Yeah, fun fact. If you have like, I mean, at least to me personally, when I experience high blood sugar, or like really high blood sugar level to a dangerous level already, I'll feel so mentally wise. It's like any small little thing could get me angry. Like I have zero tolerance to everything once when my blood sugar is really high. I want to go to toilet really frequently, like almost like 10-20 minutes. I'll just feel like I need toilet badly. And that's also one. Another one is that I feel headache, extreme headache. So these are a few signs that I can tell. It's also kind of scary. Okay. Done. I did the correction. Did the correction dose and everything. Hopefully I'll feel better soon. But yeah, it's actually very dangerous. Something like this. I think a more extreme case of high blood sugar is you feel like any movement that you do will hurt your muscle. Like any small movement to a point where it's just like you're lying there, everything is in pain. That's like already very, very, very severe. So yeah, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. This is what having 17 years of diabetes taught me. Like all the symptoms and shit, I would know that if I'm too high or if I'm too low. But yeah, that's what 17 years taught me. And I think it's weird to think about this, but I think it's kind of a, I wouldn't say blessing, but it allows me to have more self-discipline in a way. Because what I heard from my family is that before I got diabetes, I was such a troubled child. I fight everyone. I punch everyone. Everyone that pisses me off will get punched. Like any, it's just I'm a very bad person back then. But then they say once I got diabetes, I did a 180. A personal thing. It's weird. I I just don't like every single person when before I got diabetes. I was a minister as a kid. I'm surprised. I'm actually so surprised. I didn't find by cause a lot of troubles. Ah, that's fair. I was the one who picked fights. I will fight absolutely everyone because I hate everyone. That's me. They said that's how I behaved back then. I was like, I don't believe it. Because I had memory loss after I got diabetes, so everything that's like before primary 3 is what my family told me about. Like the experience. The gum stealing champion. Oh, it's this move. Wham! Oh my god, that hurt. It's also why I would say me getting diabetes like this is also kind of a blessing. They said I change a lot for the better. I can live with this. Ooh, Phantom Range. Got him. Let me show you the new move. Bam! Feels good. I love hammer. Hadouken! Ow. Hadouken? Oh, I messed up. Yikey beaky. Oh! Get fucked! I think that's a running away one. I'm wrong. Wow, shit. Do it again. Hi Ryan Lee. How's the frontiering? Going pretty good. Ever since I got to G rank, everything is hunky dory, very nice. I was struggling against hardcore Teostra and HR6 before getting to 7 for like 3 hours straight. I couldn't even win against Teostra. Yeah. I was not necessarily mad, I was just defeated. Haven't felt that way in a long time. But after that part, I fall in love with this game again. Because I know for a fact that there's so many cool looking dragons, like the one that I've seen in G Rank. Shantian, Disufiroa, Fatalis, Crimson Fatalis, all of them. I did. Woo! Alright, eat this, stupid. Feels good, man. I fucking love Extreme Hammer. It's so stupid strong. Aw, I know what's going on though. Honestly, that quest made me feel comfortable in going hardcore quest now. I mean, I'm fighting this hardcore and it's pretty easy. To be fair, I'm upgraded my armor to like the maximum already, so maybe I'm cheating a little bit, but it is what it is. The game provides, why not use them? Gonna get your ass. Don't worry, they were the end game before Masanto F. Oh, Frontier went to G Rank, so that's the end game. No wonder it's so difficult. Good job consoling them. People usually rage quit on them. It's insane, I don't blame them. The amount of one shots and the health bar melt is just too much. You're like, well, the few I know who soloed it. No one soloed it? Well, like, not no one, but I'm actually kind of surprised that, yeah. Hey, I'll take the achievement any day. Hell yeah. Yeah. Eat shit. Whoa. Doing GAC quest gives double GR. Nice! Do the changes for hardcore? Sometimes the change can be a little bit overwhelming, but I kinda like it as well. Kinda. There's some good, some bad, some insane, some nice. You're really naturally good at this game. Oh, I think it's just me being stubborn. Like, really stubborn. And then the way that I love to brute force through things. It's just how I play this game, I guess. Oh! I didn't even notice that. Fuck. Bitch, Phantom Range. Oh, that one? I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna get stolen! Oh wait, that's my own cat. That's my own cat. So my cat looks like kind of black, alright, and Mei Ling is usually the one that steals things. So I got scared a little bit. God damn it. Alright, eat my infinite bonk. Infinite bonk! Thanks, pig. Actually, thank you this time. Bonk! Oh, I overcharged it. Get fucked! Whee! What? Okay. I was at low health. I was at low health. AC Master came out in waves, so some would get more love than others. Fair, fair. Reminds me of the, you know, like the free title updates for Iceborne and Sunbreak. Something like that. Because those update comes in waves as well. As well. Free! Yeah, I hate pigs, but that's a pig save. Being stubborn is the most important skill to be good at this game. Honestly, true. I guess I got lucky because I love dragons so much that I want to see the end of things, especially this game. So in a way, I'm lucky. It's kinda sad that I have to kill them though, but I'll take what I can get. You know, there's always people that people always tell me like, oh, this monster requires this element, this monster requires this like, or like you have to like have this specific build to win against this monster and stuff like that. Like, bitch, no. Dragon element the best. I don't care. And fashion number one. That's how I play this game. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake Oh, why are you like this? Min-maxing is so boring. Right, yeah, see? My point of view will always be I don't want to look at UI to be good. I want to learn the game to be good. I want to learn the iframe of the dodge. When does it happen? When does it end? That kind of stuff, you know, the very niche stuff. So that I can use that particular iframe to dodge a certain move that is like not as lingering as much. That's how I learned this game. I love playing the game like this. Instead of just like, oh, just get more decorations to not die. It's a way to play it as well. Don't get me wrong, just not my style. My style is just my style is to brute force and win. If I lose, I'll just keep going. I didn't bring Psycho Serum. Oh, I cannot see where the crab went. It's your fault. Oh, oops. Where's crab? The thing is, I might get you baited by crab, honestly. Like, it might still be the same, might still be at the same place. Sleeping. I told you I got you baited. Intuition. What was that did you have? God damn it. Who threw the paintball? Bonk! Oh, free. Yankee beaky. Wait a minute. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Ooh! I broke the shell! Let's go! hammer supremacy. Get fucked. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't enjoy sitting in UI. I'm glad someone shared my viewpoint on this. You'll be surprised by how many people that just says that I'm bad at the game because I don't. Well, most like randos or sadly some of my friends that plays Monster Hunter with me. I'm not gonna name drop, but there are people out there because I don't use a certain element against a certain monster that's late game. They say that I'm bad at the game, and then they keep dying. It's like, wow, okay. Okay, I see. But being the person I am, it's just like, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, I'm bad. Burak Orb. I play a game on my phone with mostly tryhards. Oh no! Oh, mobile game as well? Oh no, that's even worse. Gosh, my condolences for dealing with all those stuff. Oh no. I'm gonna try Great Sword. I haven't seen the shining sword attack. Man, I was blowing my nose and I hear the noise of night vision going on. Like when you turn on night vision, like what the fuck? Okay, I should bring Psycho Serum. Nah, I don't need that. A lot of people just always try to be as best as they can possibly be and forget that games are not designed to require perfection to the level to enjoy them. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways for people to enjoy them. There are people that enjoy min-maxing. I don't blame them, but when people try to push that point of view to how I play the game, that's wrong. I don't prefer min-maxing the game. I prefer to go my own way to beat the monster. Alright, check this shit out. Great sword, I can run. Stupid, I can run a great sword. Whee! Whee! I love great sword, baby. Tony's charging where you can do this. Oh. Can I block that? Oh wait, hit me. I got hit me again. That's so fast though. Do it again. I hate this game. Oh wait, hit me again. Can I react to it? Yeah, okay. I can jump here. Huh. Okay, maybe not. I can jump here. Huh. Hey, oh, walao eh. How hard is it? Alright, I can probably parry this. Do it again. Please don't kill me. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, what the fuck? What the hell was that? Can I do Shining Sword now? I cannot. Maybe... what's the requirement for it? I'm dead. I got it, bitch! That feels too good, excuse me. Shining sword? Wait, my sword is shining though. Can I do it? I did it. No, you bitch, I hate you. A tad bit too late, Bonk. It's the same as pineapple on a pizza. I don't care if you like it, but please don't annoy me with it. That's respectable. I personally love pineapple on pizza, but I'm not gonna like force people to love it just because I love it. It's unnecessary. And let people enjoy what they like. There's no need to force belief on someone else just because you like it. And there's a thing called personal preferences. It's a neat thing. It's not my business to care what you like unless you try to push it onto me. Yes. Yes. I got a nut and the milk. Nut and milk, the classic combo. Try again, Jake. Do it again. So I need 2 times the parry. Need to parry 2 times before I can do it. Before I can do the shiny sword, it feels like... Damn, the crab is zooming. Wait, I thought I see another shiny. Oh my god, the bug. I have to get this. Eat shit! Whoa. I love that attack so much. Okay, I should be able to do shiny sword now. I cannot do it out of dash. I'm doing it. Do it. I don't think that's the end of it. There has to be more, right? Oh, I blocked though. Jump. Oh, I thought I blocked it. Cannot cancel run into block? It's kinda hard to see here as well. No, I can. Oh, I cannot do 180. Okay, that's fair. Big sword run. Boop. Boop. Can I parry this? Let's go. Okay, it's gonna jump. After it jumps, do this. Setting shot me? Setting? Shining? Oh, I cannot. I guess when I sheath the sword, it loses its count. Free. Hi, Tikaka. Jump. Jump. I cannot even guess where you're gonna jump. Running away? Hello, Tikaka. Ping pong, ping pong. It's been a while. I hope Tikaka is doing okay. How's Tikaka doing? I just feel like the ping pong, ping pong and the yip just fits together so well. I'm good. How are you? Nice. Good to know. I'm doing okay now. Just now I forgot to check my blood sugar, and I feel like crap. But now I'm okay now. Oh. Big. I'm charging. What, really? Ping pong. Aww. Ooh. Oh my god, it's so hard to react to that. I might have to heal. Got him! Wait, my sword is shiny though. Can I do it now? Oh. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I think my sword is not shiny anymore. Oh, it keeps running away. Nope, it's still here. Oh, okay. So it's like one cut, but I think that does a lot of damage. I mean, of course it's gonna do a lot of damage. I need 2 parry into a parry cut. And then once the requirement is met, I can do the big shiny sword. Shiny sword! Oh, that's very lingering. Are you attacking? Are you just moving around? Oh, okay. Whee! Lone attack? I'm gonna polish your sword to keep it shining? I know, right? It's important to keep those swords shiny. Oh, okay, fucking pig. No, really? Thank you. Oh. You never know when you need to impress a cool dragon with the shiny of the sword. That means that I put effort into making the sword shiny. And I'm sure dragon is gonna appreciate the shiny. Oh, Tikaka, have you seen? Have you seen every Kobold Dream ever? Let me find it. Every Kobold Dream ever. I need to find it. I mean, I downloaded it. Yeah, this one. I was talking to Roland. Yeah. On Monday, it's like you never draw like you draw everything Bara, and then Roland's just like, nah, I'm gonna draw like a non-Bara dragon. And then I was like, oh, can you just put me, put me here, something, blah, blah, blah. And then this is what he came out with. And then even has the point of view one. Oh shit. I did not expect this. But now this is my dream. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. The sparkly eyes, it's what, yeah. It's so happily between the booba. Kobold dream. Every kobold dream ever. You live there now. I'm there forever. I want to be there forever. Oh my god. In between dragon booba and or packs and or fluff. Goodness. And then there's also this. Of course, it's gonna be this one. I love this one. The lemon face. I love the lemon face. It's like, oh, it's so good. I haven't posted this one yet. I'm gonna post it afterward. I love that name. Same. I love I love the version of the meme where you have a Borzoi dog, I think that's what you call them, Borzoi, the one that has like exceptionally long snoot, that one. And I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, the big snoot dog. And then someone drew the dog licking the lemon. and then the snoot went backwards. The snoot went backwards, like, oh no. Oh shit. People are so creative. I love them. Yeah, border zoes. I think they're like very regal. So too is hilarious. It's so fucking good. I have to bully the crap a few more times, I think. They hunt doggos, so yeah, snoot needed. Oh, they're gonna sniff for the burrow. Oh, they're hunting dogs! I actually didn't even know. Oh shit. That's pretty cool. They look like a very like regal pet. Can I say that? They at least the feeling that Borzoi gives to me is that they are very regal. Yeah, they were mostly used as entertainment hunting for kings. They point at things like shot doggo go bark and running. So that's why they looked at regal. Entertainment hunting for kings. Must be from a long time ago, right? You know, medieval era, something like that. Something like shit when, you know, I don't know though. Oh, the crap ran away. Everyone had a king and queen? How does that even work? 1600s. Wow. Just little medieval Europe things. At least I got the medieval right. I'm assuming. I'm assuming too. God, I should have brought Psycho Serum. Now I have no idea where the crab is. No. Oh. Oh, that was fast. Oh, that's what it is, okay. Why do you keep digging downwards? Oh, I didn't react to that. That was fast. Cool. I don't want to heal. Yo, what? We take those? That feels good. Oh, there's 2 hits. Press the wrong button. Running away? Oh, I just built up the bar though. Come here. Fast eating so good. It doesn't take 10 years to flex now. It now only take a year to flex before I can move again. Did that really just whiff? That move sucks, don't even try to parry that. Oh yeah, even behind, of course, I forgot. Did it whiff again? Got him. Oh boy. That hurt? Oh, I didn't mean to dash there. Oh, you can change the trajectory that much. Why am I fighting at such a low health? Oh! Harry! Even the sea sponge can see that. Why didn't I parry that? That's unfortunate. I think the easiest weapon to go against this crab is Sword and Shield. Or maybe it's just Sword and Shield is that strong. All the weapons, just pick them all and throw them at the enemy. I would definitely pick light bowgun and what is it again? Heavy bowgun, and then throw it at the enemy. I feel like that's probably gonna work a lot better. Nice. Large diluted pearl. Shiny? Shiny? Oh my god. Oh, behind. It's fine. Oh, I didn't have enough time to do Hadouken. Why did it keep whiffing? I don't understand. Next who? That last parry was good. Having defensive options is just so good with this game. I can really just keep going with the offense. Like one parry if I did it, and then just like continue with offense non-stop. That move feels sucky. It does 3 hits, but I don't know how hard it hit. Do I have 10 black orb now? I want to make a new sword and shield. Boop Nexus? I want to boop Nexus. I want to poop all the dragon. And kobolds. Maybe even portables. G Rank weapons and shield. Oh, there it is. Oh, finally. New sword and shield. Yes! I am the strongest. Ooh. Are those slots different? Konosohini wa dekimasen. I cannot slot decorations with this one? Why? It just says dekimasen, but why? Let me see if I'm missing anything. I have Google Translate. Camera. Japanese to Chinese. Show me.您将把它连接到哪些设备上？它不能安装在设备上。What the fuck? It doesn't say anything. It just says that I cannot set decorations. It's okay, I'm very stoned now. Oh yeah, and to pet all dragon, kobold, and portable too. Right, second one. We have one black orb weapon. I have to kill this Pocaradon again? Fine. When I was making the first armor set, I fought this little shit so many times I hate it. But let's see how this new weapon does. Nice. Only give 500% at G? Only 5? I mean, that's first aid med I can drink. I'll take it. It's free. Why not? There it is. Woohoo! It doesn't hurt. Let's go. Wait. Ooh. wait. Ooh. Woohoo. Also, I don't know if it's just me, but whenever I fought Bokaradon, if you listen closely after an attack, you can hear like Jontron shouting. I think it's just me, but I hear it. I hear Jontron shouting after each attack. Yeah, like this one. There we go. Thanks for the tail. Bonk. Oh, too early. Gem? Ow. It's probably gonna do it again. No? I'll wait. What hit me? Ooh. Oh, I didn't roll. I hear the Jontron shout again. Yeah, that's right. Oh. I didn't run. I went into it. I'm dead. Oh! I went into it. The hole of shame. I got stuck in it. I was too thick. Kobo was too thick. Got stuck inside. Hmm? What's that sleeping? Oh, you're like little seal? No, I don't rest in bed. Like a little seal sleeping, I think. Oh my. Oh my. Thick cobble. To be very honest, I wanted to make my cobalt a lot thicker than this one, but eventually I did. I was like, that proportion looks good enough. It looks reasonably good, and I like it that way. It's not like overly thick. It's there. But there's a lot of things I want to change about the snake though. Definitely make snake thicker. But that's of course like future projects. Hadouken! Whoop. Whoa, what? Did you just get frozen? Oh, wow. Holy fuck, it got frozen. What? Brother, please don't do this. What do you mean? Oh, thank you. And combos are good when they can be grasped with one hand by a dragon, of course, right? Honestly, I never thought about that, but being able to be grabbed by one hand by a dragon sounds like a dream come true, yeah. Okara thing. So many things. The timing. Chick. How many more? I only killed 3 of them. I'm gonna carve it for now. Is there really no other Pocarodons around? Oh wait, I need this. Jagged Tusk. No, I need Jagged Tusk. No, I need Jagged Tusk. Oh, wow, really? Wait, really? Wait, I didn't know they're so rare. Maybe they only spawn in the first map? There we go. Why do you keep giving me you couldn't cuff anything off? Blubber. 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 Blue orb. It feels like orb weapon is heckin' mega strong. Decopo still playing Guild Wars 2? I stopped playing it, unfortunately. I just feel like the the story didn't get me going as much, and there's not really dragons around other than if you spend money on it. So I kind of stopped playing it eventually. Hi Rollins, that's the artist that I've been talking about. And drawing all sorts of blessed art, and some cursed as well. Only some. Dual blade. No blue or great sword? Not blue or long sword? Oh, there it is. Sound? Sound? Sound as an element? I get... Why they make the weapon UI so small? I think it's because I changed the settings. Some settings that I change make them so small. There it is. Blue or sound? So it's longsword, hammer, and not hunting horn. Lance, okay. I think there's only 3 weapons. Hip, no. 6 Velociprey. This one is Yellow Orb. Wait, Orb. 2 Iodrum. We could get all the orb first and see what weapon I want to make. I could just make all of them because they're all very strong. So it's like a good starting weapon. I'm gonna regret this. And if I can see my character's face for a split second. Let's go find bird. Go find Burbu. 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 Oh, you look different. Oh, damage you! Oh. So what are you doing? What is it doing? What's that dance? That dance belongs to Farunoku, no? Yo, okay, wow, that hurt. Am I not asleep? I love running with weapons. Who screamed? Am I immune to sleep? How did I get stunned from sleep? Why are you not coming down? Okay. You know, recently or lately, I started playing 7 Days to Die as well. Whenever I get the chance to, I'll play for a little bit. Because I recently found a configuration of sorts. Yeah, it's a configuration. I temper a little bit. I mess with a little bit with the config.ini, not config, sorry. It's progression.xml. I changed like skill points per level to like 5. And that just makes the game so much more fun. I get to unlock all the skills in 7 Days to Die skill tree. And it's not like one level unlock everything, no. Because it's only 5, I still need to level up quite considerably so that I can unlock everything in the skill tree. And I think that it's way more fun than spending 10 years trying to get one skill tree maxed out. Oh. So guaranteed 2 or 5 quests to make 1 weapon. Oh boy. G urgent quest has been issued. Urgent quest? G urgent quest? No, it's still the same. What do you mean has been issued? Are you lying to me? These are all like not... I'm not even enough level to tackle these. Oh, weird. We know about Sword and Shield Double? There it is, Double Yellow Orb. Great Sword? There. L Rod and Poison. Oh, is it Lightning Rod? Hammer. Oh yeah, we already have a hammer. Hunting Horn? There. Yellow Orb. Lens, we found a gun lens. Not gun lens. Oh yeah, switch axe. I should make one switch axe. It's different version of switch axe. What the fuck? Oh, it's sound and lightning rod and poison. What the fuck is lightning rod? Oh, it's the lightning rod element. And then there's Okiko. And then what else? Dragon Sea Demon, Okiko. Light Blaze. Okiko. We know about bow. Me? You? Oh, lens. No. Yeah, no. Is this not a G rank weapon? Or has it been fully upgraded by default? Is that why it's so strong? Yeah. Why am I feeling super sleepy? Maybe it's because I didn't drink any coffee this morning, but still. I'm mega EP. Aerodrome. We did this one. There's a few more. Oh, there's no hardcore for this one. Get food? Or maybe I could make this like a shorter stream than usual. So that I can get some EP before tonight's badminton. It's only... It's 3:44. It's possible to get some sleepy. But do I want sleepy though? Is the question. Oh, that's one. Hello. Oh my god, that's so good. I just found something insane. After evade slash, I can do down slash. One did. This is like the fastest one. If only I can find the two of them really quickly, then this should be the fastest quest. If EP then must eat. Oh, I mean, yeah, true. EP sounds good. Do they not spawn at the same time? Oh, they do, okay. There it is. What happened? What happened? Oh my god, sword and shield, what the fuck? Yeah, once I found out that after evade slash I can do down slash, everything just clicks together. Oh wait, I'm recovering the wrong thing. I need that. One more. Nice. Miasma sick. Oh. Just last one. Ooh. Once my mom reached coaching, and I just like rain. At least it didn't rain when mom is on flight. Blessings. I'm working on a paper tape prototype to make a plushie. Brecky making a plushie? Is it gonna be Telegon plushie? Brecky plushie? Plushie, Brecky plushie? I should do all the weapon requests first and then we can check. I mean, why check? We just get everything and then done. It's not actually. Fair enough. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. It looks like it was the number 6. It's a present for a Twitch friend that I might be able to meet up in real life at some point, but it's a secret. My lips are sealed. But that's honestly pretty adorable. Making a plushie. Bird. Oh! That's a huge ear you got, holy shit. My, what a huge ear you have. New move? They could have killed it without the fast eater. Oh, that's a broken ear. Sword and Shield is so relentless now, I just realized. Oh. Instant? Oh. Didn't expect it to just went straight from 7 to 3. Oh, sorry, not 3, but 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. I think that's 2. I think that's 2. Or something. It's just here. Oh, it's 7. And it ran away again, really? Oh my god. Got him. What's the other one? Something? Semi? I don't think that's what it is. Oh wait, I can get Jagged Tusk from you as well? I only got one. Yen could go in something that I don't remember. Revolver? Definitely not Fast Boy. Is it Crab? Is it Hermitor? Oh. Oh, it's Crab. What's your aren't your name like Hermitor or something? No. No. I cannot see, but I can still play the game. Oh. Gaming bold. Yeah, boldly. Kill Crab. Hi, Evie. Oh. 10? I got 20 of these. Maybe I need 100 of them. GQ Suki? I'm just gonna use my phone. Give me a second. I need to know what this is saying. Camera. 为了纪念达到 G 等级50，我们将授予您以下资格。G 级 Poogie 将可供使用，请于 Meister 经理联系并获得使用 G 级 Poogie 的许可。Oh, it's about the pig. That's what it is. It's just Poogie stuff. I don't even have a Poogie. I don't even know how to get a Poogie. I don't even know how to get a duck. That is green orb, right? So I should be able to make a Tonfa? G Rank something weapon? Oh. Oh. Wait, there's a lot more weapons now. Oh, I guess what it means that it unlocks a lot of different weapons now. It's not just conquest weapon. Now they're like different weapons as well. But this one looks really fucking strong though. Yeah, yeah. Yes! Sweet! Wow! Send the box for now. Switch X? Oh yeah, whiteboard. So blue, yellow, and white. Music, lightning rod, sound. Event quest? Hunter Festival participant. Diva Defense and Hunter's Row. Green? Oh, that's yellow. Oh, green, there it is. So hammer and tonfa. That is really strong though. These are really fucking strong. I like hammer. Yes! Soy! Ruko Diora Claw Plus. Diva's Tori. And Santian's weapon's very interesting. It's all just blue. It's blue and then after blue is gone, just broken. Don't know how I feel about that. Okay, let's do one more quest. I think I can do a stronger level of conquest now. So let me try that. One more quest and I'm probably gonna call it a day. It's a lot shorter than usual. But I'm just feeling a little bit icky. Yeah, it's these guys, but level 200. Oh, wait. I can fight Inagami. Oh, never mind. We're fighting Inagami. I never seen G Rank Inagami. Do I dare to go hardcore? Question camera not mad. G6 permit. Oh, what? How do I get permit? Eh? Huh? Wait, how do I get permit? I want, huh? I want Inagami though. Premium armor. All gains. I know these are like money quests. Requirements none. G2 permit. Oh, I have G2 permit. I don't have G3 permit. How do I get permit? Huh? How do I get permit? I want to fight Inagami. Excuse-moi? Zenith? Superior ticket. Zenith permit. 250. Why does the icon look different? No, hi my friend. Good morning to Borbo. I hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Why did it look different? Yeah? How did I get... Huh? Permit! Yeah, I'm gonna go online and search. Yep. How to get G6 Hermit. Wait, Monster Hunter Frontier. How to get G2 permit and other permits. Legend and Zenith permits. 1 year ago. Ooh. I don't have any. GI is like 15 or so? The last quest in GI usually is the one giving you permits, probably skipped. Carlo in G1. Buy permits in the rope shop. Depending if you play on the server and install G-patch using G-patch yourself, get 100 permit identity distribution. GR. Go to quest search and search for reward. Deleted.
Hey, you are adorable. Yeah.
Who? Well, yep. You're also adorable. So the last quest of the G quest of the G rank to get permit. Frost the mist of the. I need permit for this. You lie. Oh, you give G7 permit. Oh, you give G6, don't you? God fucking damn it! I have to go from here, and then you give G3 permit. Oh no! I have to do so many. Okay. Ow. I will not fight Inagami today because I'm gonna end the stream soon. But I said that I want to do one more quest. Let's do the conquest then. Because why not? Let's do like Shantian. Because why not? Shantian is hot. Okay, it's mine. I want it. Here, I bought an app called iFacial Mocap Nifty to surface my tracking, but I'm having so many issues connecting the information to any VTB program. It was only £7, but still, it's money. I never heard of that thing, honestly. Mocap? I have no idea how that works. I honestly never heard of it. It uses NVIDIA AR and stuff. The tracking is quite impressive. For €7? I'm not too sure if VC Face is able to handle those stuff. I honestly don't know. I'm using like a very simple webcam. I did a Reddit post that has it. Hopefully people are able to help you with that. I'm sorry, when it comes to like technology stuff, I'm dumb kobold. Get punched! Whee! Okay, that's the first phase and it kinda hurts. I'm a little bit scared. Oh, Phantom Range? I saw that shit. This might be very bad. It is level 200. I post a link in chat if you want to see how I facial mocap looks like. Sure. Do you only kill dragons in this game? Not necessarily just dragons. You kill monkeys, you kill horses, I think. Some other species out there as well. It's just dragons. Dragons is most of the hunted monsters in late game, so I guess. I mean, they are cool, they are strong, they are hot. They deserve to be this strong and cool looking and beautiful music all around. Explosion. Okay, that's pretty fast. I posted. I'll take a look afterwards. Hopefully I don't forget. Why do it? Oh, that's what it is. Alright, okay. I forgot. Maybe they give more items for the 200 level conquest. Hopefully. Not worth. Crystal? Crystal? Oh, wait, I can put crystal in now? I didn't know. Fair. Chansu. Don't move. Where's the boss health? You cannot see boss's health, but you can tell by their behavior. That's what Master Hunter is. Punch. Be scared. Oh, I thought I dodged it though. That's a little bit dangerous, but I want to explode. There. I almost died. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The part broke? What the fuck happened? It was outside. What do you mean the part broke? Okay, now we get away. You would stop there? Oh. Let's wait for it. seems like I need to stop there. We got him! There's a scary dragon, and a very hot looking one too. Right, here we go. Airborne fight in old Monster Hunter, baby! The best thing ever. Oh, the music, I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna cry. No matter how many times I fight this dragon, the music will always impress me. Ah, okay. Oh, did I just drink all the... Did I just eat all the herbs? Okay, level 200, it's not easy. It hurts. Everything hurts. Right, here we go. Oh my god, damage! Yeah, I had a feeling. This trick is so cool. I know it's so fucking cool. Like, not only it's cool, the music pairs it up so well too. I cannot fight that, you know. No, if I do it first. That was close. Mega punch! Explosion! I love Tonfa. Woohoo! Damn, I almost died. Oh, I can't even touch you over there. Dragons are so cool that I don't know if I would be able to kill them. Look, if there's like a game in Monster Hunter universe where I'm able, as a hunter, or as anyone really, that has a chance, has a choice to date them, to romance with them, anything but killing them, I'm gonna spend at least like 20,000 hours in there. Like, if there's a game that is set in Monster Hunter universe, that I'm allowed to romance them, yeah, of course. 20,000 hours, lang, easy. That's my feral desire. I wish dragons weren't always evil in games, but that's the lore behind Western Dragons, at least it makes me sad. Yeah. And because like dragons are almighty being and stuff like that, right? That's a spirit bomb. I don't think I like that. Oh! Another spirit bomb. That's your new move. Huh. I think this is far enough. We take those, okay. Dragon? Romance? Yeah. Homeboy so is horny. I'm sorry. Dragons in your country? As Chinese, it's always like, you know, the Eastern dragon. Noodles, very long, without wings. Malay doesn't really have like dragons, like depicted by how they look. So they usually follow the Western dragon stuff. Am I alone? Shit, okay. Oh, they're back, they're back. What are you doing? That's a new move that I've never seen before. They could buy dried dragon meat there. Don't think you can? Question mark? Long? I'm not too sure, honestly. Please don't call me on that. I know, like in sushi places, like they will usually depict shrimp as like the dragon. It's like you're like dragon maki or something like that, but it's like actually shrimp. I'm dead. That? Huh. Honestly, I never heard of it. We don't have any kind of mythologic beast. Don't think we. I mean, as Chinese, we have like dragons, qilin, those kind of stuff. Fenghuang, Xuanwu, Qinglong, like all of these. But Malay, I only know about like orang minyak, and that's like really fucking scary. Literal translation becomes human oil or oil human. Yeah, orang minyak lah. That's all I know. I don't know about Malay culture. Shit. We have a little mythological beast and all of them are evil. Aww. It's kind of sad how like some of the hot looking ones is always bad, and then one that's like humanoid is always like depicted as good, that will help you or something like that. It's like, fuck, give me a good looking, give me a dragon that's like good, you know what I mean? Not like humanoid, they're just like, oh, I am angel descendant or something like that. It's like, oh. You know what I mean, right? Fuck. Don't know if it's like a common occurrence there. I'm doing it. I will beat the shit out of you. I'm having so much goosebumps no matter how many times I fought this thing. I love epic dragon and I love epic music like this. Yay! All good. If I'm not mistaken, the biggest mythology thing in our history was in one of Portugal's most important expeditions. They were going from Portugal to India, China, and Japan. Theory, we all know that you want a dragon that you can just ride. Is that even... That's not even a secret anymore. You know what? I want... Yeah, I'm not even gonna hide it anymore. The desire. So when they were crossing to bottom of Africa, it's thought that they were saved by some kind of giant man. Giant man? Oh, I know this. Nice. What are you doing? That looks cool. That look cool as fuck. Oh! Damn, that's cool. Oh hell yeah. This fight took so long. Oh, it's pretty short for like a Monster Hunter thing. It's honestly pretty short. It's only been 15 minutes, about 20 minutes. Yeah, it's pretty okay. It's not that I mean, I had, when I was playing Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate, there's one fight that took like about 45 minutes, but the mission is not to kill kill Pickle. So I killed the Pickle, took me 45 minutes, and I cannot find the egg, and I failed the quest, and I got nothing. Welcome to Monster Hunter, it can be very punishing. But after playing for a bit, I feel like Frontier is okay-ish. It does reward the player with a lot of things. It makes grinding a lot less painful. It does give items. So, in a way, I think Frontier... I think it's fair to say that I love Frontier more than... It's definitely one of my favorite Monster Hunter out there. Way above Rise and World, like really. It's just how I feel about this game. Like the amount of variety of dragons in this game, never seen before. The music, the composition, the map change and everything, and the cutscenes sometimes for dragons. Mind you that this is like PS3 era games, if I remember correctly. Do we do it? Are you gonna be different? That looks different? Okay, that's the same. So what I think is that at some point around maybe like 200, maybe like 1,000 level of the conquest, Shantian might behave differently and not just die from discharge. Right? Not just die from themselves. Technically, I didn't kill them, right? So I think there's gonna be more to this in the future. And which is why I'm so excited for this game. There's so many things that's insane in this game. It just makes me so hyped. I think this might be it. Like after this is 200, I beat level 1 last week, and now I have enough GR to tackle Conquest 200. And it does a bunch of different things, you know, the flame aura, and then at third phase you have the spirit bomb. Yeah, very, very, very cool. So fighting more than grinding. Grinding... I think I consider grinding for this game as to fight the same quest. Yeah, fight the same quest over and over just to get the things that I want. Because I'm technically fighting all the time. So yeah, like if the game requires me to fight a certain quest more than 10 times, and mind you 10 times is not a lot, but I consider if a quest that requires me to grind more than 10 times just to craft everything or just to get the things I want, I think that's grinding, and I don't fight with that so much. What did I get? Oh, Conquest, right? Yeah, level 200. The master phase does not matter. With the task where you can get the red Valor Stone, recover ugly G Rank to level 46 or higher. Okay. And then we have 1,999. How? What level for 1,000? $104. Evil engraved upon eternity. And G level 50 weapon possessed. They want you to be strong enough. Level 9999. Looks like Disu Firo is like pretty strong. About Shiten quest. Level 50 G rank weapon. Twin hidden. Hot pots disabled. What the fuck is a hot pot? Hunter support course disabled. What is hot pot? Wait, I'm curious. So do I bring hot pot to fight? Because I have some of them. Hot pots in Monster Hunter Frontier. Any hot pot info? I frequently use hot pot in in gold 5-star rank, and it's almost running out of higher quest rank. How to make hot pots a way to apply it? It can be given by the hot, or combine a grandpa with some hot item, obviously. You can try to use evade skill. It's a must skill in this game. Fair enough. Use assist course for free defense, like hot potion effect, true guts. Have an upgraded equipment using caravan skill, using gift skill, or lend a regenerate rasta. Use server to activate the all course. But what does it do? What does it do? How do I use hot pot? Yeah, maybe. It's crazy looking back at the history of Portugal, because at some point the world sort of was split into two sides. The regions that Portugal had colonies and Spain had colonies. Like it was basically almost the whole world split in half for these two regions. The British then also came. That's why America speaks English. And Brazil speaks Portuguese because of our expeditions, and our king liked to chill in Brazil. It's so weird just imagining all this, you know? not a big fan of history, but whenever something like this is mentioned, it's like it is kind of cool. And then just think about like the kings hanging around in like peasant area. I just think the king is like looking around. It's like, ugh, fuck. But I don't know. I might be wrong. It's just my depiction of kings and queens, like the higher ups, the higher ups. In the FAQ, it says to use Hawk Pulse if you suck. Well, I suck and I'm struggling with the HR4 monsters. I'm upgraded my armor, but they suddenly hit me with an attack that nearly one-shots me, and I get hit with some little attack then die. That sounds about right. It's Monster Hunter Frontier. You just take them as if it were a potion. Use them wisely though. They last for a whole quest even if you die, but if you use it once and it's gone forever. Unless of course you abandon the quest. As for getting them, you can get them as rewards for doing tasks with a hunter guide, and apparently you can get them for your Hawk's Rock in the my support area, but I never got any Hawk Pots for that before. Login boost give you half pot permanently. You can fiddle in PG administration to turn it off. What? Well, what does it do? No one says what the Hawk Pot does. What does Hawk Pot do in Monster Hunter Frontier? Hawk Potion. Oh, there it is. Item effects. Hawk Potion. Only 5 quests per day. Reduces damage taken by 70%. Oh, that's what it is! Fuck! I know, I was struggling. I wanted to use the item that reduces damage by 70%. But I couldn't find it because I don't know what it is. Well, now I know, a little bit late, but hey, well, I'll take it. Fuck. Shit. Yeah, I have 115 of them. My man, oh my god, god fucking damn it. Oh shit, okay, yeah. It's a dark and messy world full of bloodshed and war. I'm happy the world has united more for the last few decades. Even though we got wars currently ongoing, it still feels like a lot of nations are uniting and information is accessible to most, so we can be actually aware of what's happening. Yeah, technology is quite the miracle, isn't it? I'm stacking? I'm absolutely stacking. I can eat this every day, but it's only 5 quests per day, this one. Nah, I'm not gonna use this, it's okay. I'll die from skill issue, then use items to buff me that bunch. If it's like reduce damage taken by 30%, I'm okay with this, but 70%? It's good. Don't get me wrong, it's so fucking good. Use the item if you are feeling struggling or like if you are having a bad time with the game. But I'm not, whatever the word is. What's the word? You know, there's like, which is the one that describes my situation? I don't like this though. Don't use me as an example. You know the word masochist and sadistic? I'm talking about Kobo from Malaysia, and I just think about it in retrospective, it's crazy cool. Yeah. And we are both able to communicate because of a common language. English is quite common. It is pretty cool, not gonna lie, it is pretty cool. Sadistic and masochist. Like if I refuse to use an item that would make me, if I refuse to use an item to make it easier, I'd rather suffer this. I'd rather like do it the hard way. What is that? Is it sadistic or masochist? I don't know. I don't know how these words. I don't know how to differentiate between them. I know one is like One is like give pain, one is like receive pain, isn't it? I don't know. Can it be upgraded? Level GR? GQ Buki. See, I don't know how to read that. It's masochistic. Oh, masochist combo that tracks. Oh, sadistic is the one that likes to inflict in broad terms. Oh, masochistic is enjoying feeling pain. Sadistic is enjoying inflicting pain. Yes. Oh, well, I'm not masochist though. I'm not. Do I enjoy? No. And I'm not masochist. Oh. I'm suddenly not EP anymore. Let's fight Fatalis. I kinda want to make a full set of Fatalis armor. Oh, let's fucking do it. Oh, hell yeah. Fatalis armor, Shantian's armor, Disu Furor armor, and maybe even Crimson Fatalis armor. Cute Cobalt. Oh. If you like to be bullied, your brand of masochist. I don't. Do I like to be bullied? No. Wait, do I? No. I don't know. Unless it's by a drag, I will shut up. I'm dealing with some polyamorous unique quirks currently. It's definitely something new for you. I'm going in. Oh my god, that fucking hurts. Just gonna heal first. Damn, this thing. Woohoo! Wind pressure negated. Combo talks about King suddenly wide awake. It's not what it looks like. Oh, it's mega angry now. Explosion. Oh. Wait, I think I should run away from this. Bye-bye. My girlfriend's girlfriend now likes to flirt with me. Oh, isn't that... Huh? Oh, polyamorous, right? That's what it means. Is it spirit bomb? Oh, but it is. Oh boy, look at it go. It's a big ball of energy. I'm gonna run straight towards it. It's very shiny. Okay. And she likes being a tease. Oh. The thing is that I wasn't expecting, because one day I was just DMing her and she just went straight to the point. It's going pretty well, I would say. Explosion! Ow. Oh, fuck, that hurt. Explosion! Mega punch! I'm cancelled. Woohoo! Oh, that killed me! Oh my goddamn! That's like a goddamn black hole. That's cool. Very shiny ball. When I say Flushy is maybe her pad, just by affirming it. She pulling me into it. Is that without consent? I mean, without consent, it might be kind of bad. I mean, because like I'm always like consent number one than anything. It's consensual. Okay. Bounce until the air went to point requires some skill to aim. Some skill? I don't have skill. Get out. What do you think is called a skill? Goddamn. If I was concerned annoying to it, I would stop it. Communication, very important. I don't know what you're doing, but you're so cool though. Explosion! Where'd it go? Did you just make a spirit bomb? Yeah, you did. Did you just make a spirit bomb? Huh? What? I was too late! That hurt. Don't I have guts? Wait, whoa, don't I have guts? Did it just negate gut? Yo. Oh no. Wait, why is my guts like grayed out? High health lets you survive lethal hits on 1 HP. Paralysis negates it. I don't have paralysis though. What do you mean? Why is it grayed out? You got attracted by shiny? Of course, just cobbled things. It's very normal. Hi, Paradox. Hello. Hey. Welcome. How is the Paradox? Alright, one last chance. I keep talking shit on Fatalis and now I'm getting one shot. Oh, I got one shot because I forgot to drink Demon Dragon Armor Skin. My god. I only got one max potion out of it. I was just not expecting it at all. She lives in Brazil, so I have not met her, and my girlfriend hasn't been able to see her for a couple of years. She wants to move out to Portugal. I'm using punching now. Alright, asshole. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I love you. I love you. That's why I'm gonna get you. It's like the coolest Fatalis I've ever seen. Explosion! Whee! What is that? I don't think I like that. I'm running away, goodbye. Running as far as I can. Did it happen? Wait, did you touch a beta? It's fine, I'd rather not die for it and die to it. Oh, there it is, Angie Fatalis. Whee! Explosion! Hurrah! Whee! Did you... What is that? What are you trying to do? What even are you? No, you're not trying to make... You're not trying to make Spirit Bomb though. Wait. Oh, did you change that? Dragon. Yeah, there's so many cool Dragon in this game, Paradox. Oh, you did? Okay. The dynamic would be something, let's just say it like that. I just like point both index fingers at each other. Wait, what? I might have... Did my brain just shut down for a little bit because I don't remember what I was talking about? I was just looking at dragons and I was like, I don't even remember. Oh my god, it's so rude. Fuck. Oh shit, why am I almost died? Oh, paralysis. I'm just gonna take this chance to heal. Free. It's probably not gonna... Yeah. I was about to say it's not gonna last for a long time. I thought they killed me. Looks like it's charging something. Not anymore. Okay, this one doesn't hurt. Spirit bomb? Okay, don't fuck around and find out, okay? Superman died that shit. Okay, we're good. But shiny ball, I want a shiny ball too. Let's go. Three string strike. Oh, thank you, Paradox. I got 3. That's almost my fingies. I have 4 fingies, right? Yeah, looks about right. Hey, GG. Oh. Alright, quickly carve because there's like 9 carves, I think. 9 carves for a Fatalis. Mila Borias. No, the Turk is dead. Fatalis terrifying shit. There's still a lot of noises going on. Alright, go. It's not done yet, it's not done yet. Look at all of us. This is the most carved on a single monster ever. I don't know, but I think I missed the Reddit post I sent. Oh, I totally did. Fuck. And also, the Dirk is not dead, it's just play fighting. We are just play fighting. It's not real. No death going on. Terrifying shit. That totally doesn't say Shlong. I almost chose the wrong thing. Shlang. Wow, Becky. Okay, I'm gonna send again. That would be nice. That would be nice. Hi Shredder. Does Kobo yipping good? It depends on what good is, but I'm yipping good. I think.
Yup.
Yeah.
Yup.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. I hate it when that happens though. Look, the thing is I don't know why I recorded that, but I'm not putting it away. I am not putting it away. Fuck. Are you doing good? Yeah. I'm doing pretty okay. Create armor, helmet. Oh, look at that. Muffin pets? A muffin deserves so much more pet. And golly, Muffin is adorable. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. G rank armor is what I'm trying to look at. Oh no. Hugie? That looks cool. What the fuck is a Hugie though? Oh, that's Answer Rathalos? Ooh. Oh, there it is. I just need a G6 gem. GR6 gem! And heavy weapon height, I think, yeah, from remover. That's what I need! I mean, I can just use the points and make them. San Liu Ju so Evil Wing. Do I need Evil Wing on everything? It should be like dragon. Oh, okay, that's cool as fuck. Okay, everything needs Evil Wing and Terrifying Shle. Let go. So I need more Evil Wings. Oh, well, come on. Why is this way cooler? Why is this gunner armor way cooler? I mean, I got a tail. Essentially, Fatalis armor is like the first suit, or scale suit if you will. I need to make it. Okay, this one is the same. They are kind of weak. Let me try to make one and see how hard it is to upgrade them. Yes. Black 7 fruit. Oh, I need what? Gathering. Oh, I need to gather them. Oh no. Jungle forest and hills. Oh shit, it's gonna be difficult. I need to gather. Wait, I don't have enough slots to deal with. Oh. Crap. Shit. Well, I can do the gathering and everything off stream and try. I'll try to make like the base set of the armor first. Oh, it's only 5? Shit. How long ago did I say I want to go get some sleep? Well, I guess I'm not sleeping. I guess I'm not sleeping. I mean, his emotes are cute. Yeah, I mean, Muffin is cute as heck. Muffin cute. Next is cute. A lot of dragons are cute. Tonfa main? Yeah, I love Tonfa. I love punching things. I absolutely love punching things. That's why I love Tekken so much. I'll do one more Fatalis. Why not? Fuck it. one more Fatalis. No sleeping required. I want to make the armor. It's time to punch the shit out of the Lakam. 拔动呀. Did I choose the level 200 one? I don't remember. Oh. Okay, I think this must be 200. Oh, hi Lex. Who needs sleep anyway? I know, right? But I want sleep. I'll sleep earlier tonight, fuck it. Hi Lex. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Oh my god, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't want it. I think that's as far as I can go. That's cool. I'm pretty sure if I have the skill, I can just evade it, but... like, after evading, I could have get so much punishment in there. Whee! I missed. Explosion! Hurrah! What? Boom! I missed. Spirit bomb? Okay, don't fuck with this, just Superman die. And the bonk just blocking. Whee! Boom! Grounded explosion. Hurrah. Oh. Something has to do with that, right? I mean, the chest is glowy as fuck. But it doesn't help that he keeps doing that. Can I just dodge that? Let's go. Pure luck. Luck is skill, baby. Boom. Hurrah. This is one I get for not wanting to heal. Skillful luck check. I got a critical fail on that one. Crit fail 1. I might need a map for this. You know what? Yeah, I need a map. Okay, I don't need the map. The Lycan cool. The Lycan's so cool. This is something has to. How many times I have to break it? One lush push, it's almost dead. Wow, one touch and it spins around. Maybe it's something to. Oh, maybe during the long charging moves, I have to aim for the chest and just flinch it. That must be what it is. Because one tap and it flinches? That has to be it. Yeah, like this. Otherwise, just attack whenever. Oh, nearly help! Baba! Is it gonna be explosion range? No? Okay. Or nearly. Or nearly. It's a spirit bomb. I'm not even gonna fuck with this. Yeah, I'm just gonna run towards Fatalis and then I'm just gonna run send. I will become oh wait, no. That helps I think. A chill cup suck ngayon. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Fuck. Going in. I'm spinning. Oh, I missed input, Whee! Mega punch! Oh! Love that shit. Ow! Ow! I should heal. I can't even see what's going on. I'm just like face tanking, which is not good in general. Please don't be like me. Ooh. Whee! Spirit bomb? I'm back. Hey, welcome back. If Flinches normally gets hit while his chest is orange. Ah, makes sense. I guess it's possible to break the chest since, you know, chest has always been Fatalis' weak spot, kind of. Missed input. Boom! Did I just whip? I did. How the fuck? I'm dead. I didn't see it. Wait, let me try. Skill. I don't think I dodged it. But I cannot see. I cannot even see anything. Help! Boom! I think it's changing map. Yeah, it is. Man, this Fatalis is the best. I was about to say you're the best! Because of Purple Flame. Betrayal? Can't believe it. enjoy this view. Tree. Oh my god, damage! Ow. Pain. That was mega painful. I think that's the damage from the red orb that's falling down, I think. Man, I just think Tonfa is way better than Insect Glaive. Well, not much else I can take. I go down, change to punch mode. Mega punch, punch, punch. Bah, 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 bah. You got him. Outside the leg, outside the leg. I'm spamming O, I'm spamming O. I want to carve immediately. I think I'm okay, good. Need to be so fast with this one. Fatalis terrifying schling. Schling. Yippee. Oh, the yippee. Oh, I think I can carve the head. I think. It should be able, I should be able to. The head is kind of sticking out. Yip. Yip. Yarn. Okay, there we go. There's only 60 seconds. The race to carve, there's only 60 seconds. And then the carving is so slow. I thought I have high speed carving. Okay, that's 9 of them. Oh my god. Good. Fatalis. Hi Sala. You miss Fatalis, but Fatalis is something like this. Look at that. Purple flame. Purple and blue flame. This is like the best Fatalis ever. It's okay, I see lots of Fatalis on FA. Why don't you share some? It's quite fucked, don't you think? You're 60 seconds to carve. It's pretty fucked, but we get used to it. Boop solar, boop solar. I am boopered. Oh, must boop solar. G Rank armor. Wait, okay, that's the cutest thing ever. I want to see a dragon do that. Like, dragon just like goes. Wait. In the end, there is a happy border with you still carving in the background. Yeah. The lecon. Should be around here. There it is. Let me make the whole set first. 2, 4, 6, 8. So I need 4 of them. Yes! Soy! Yeah. Center box. I made chest, I think. Yeah, I made chest. Just to make sure. Yeah, okay. And now we need arms, waist, and legs. Legs. Like them. Yes. I'm gonna have a tail. Yes. Yes. Soy. Yeah. Wow. That is some high precision Toby hammering. So not Toby. Not sure. So close and not hit each other. A very highly skilled hammerer. Okay, I have an idea. Change equipment. Change equipment through town set. Oh, that's cool as fuck. Yo, fuck. Whoa. Yo. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have a tail. Damn, that is cool. Okay, how do I change to display the town set? Toggle town set, yes. Oh! Fuck, that's so good! Oh, I wanna look out to... I gotta look for Crimson Fatalis as well. I assume the armor is probably gonna be similar to this one, just red. Okay, the Lacon. Oshimu. Isufiora. Golden Rectals. Miyu. Is there no search option for this? Let's go, and wings. I'll do it again too. With the boobs. It's not here? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's also really cool. Yo! Yo, oh my god. How about head? Oh, what is it called again? I didn't see. Volcan something? This one. Fuck. Whoa. This one. Dreams of Fatalis is pretty okay. It's not as good as this. It's not as good as what I have right now. Shit. Shit. Yo, I'm like an actual fucking Antro Dragon. Holy shit. God fucking damn it, this is so good. Heavy Kobold armor. I might just be a Kobold. If Fatalis is like a full-fledged dragon and then I'm just wearing Fatalis armor, then I'm like a Kobold. That makes sense. Yo! Training. Oh, defense is almost full, okay. This is actually cool as fuck. I cannot look at this armor! I have a tail! Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, by the way, look at my bird. Looks like a dragon now. My bird is now a dragon element. GR? Oh, they only give like 15 fullness. Wait, that's really good. I mean, it's already a full dragon element. But status? I need paralysis. Oh, that's cool as fuck. Oh my god. It's so good, it's so good, it's so good. There it is, we have dragon and paralysis. Do you change appearance based off your status? Are you gonna be a little bit more yellow after the next quest? Probably. Then tune in tomorrow to check if heck have changed appearance or not based on the status. I don't know. Never seen that before. Ole. My favorite piece of cursed bird knowledge. Ancestral bird. Returning to roots. Become ultimate bird. Did you know there were two major groups of dinosaurs? One is called lizard-hipped and the other bird-hipped. I like the sound of that, but why is it cursed? Guess which one birds descend from? It's a trick question. There's one bird-hipped, but because Solar is using full caps, it's gonna be lizard-hipped. And both is good though. I much prefer lizard. If you join a clan, no. A hunch, but to actually be spot on, I scare myself. A clan's a place formed by the connection between people. Just waiting around isn't good, suddenly you need to take initiative to get things going. I have a combining question. Is it really true that you can make a pellet S? Oh no, I don't even know. A scatterknot is shotgun, right? Yeah. Ever smack you or something? It's something that's really a mature lady and a kind of childish lady. Which one would you talk to? It would be the mature lady, right? Mature lady? Yeah, I guess. It's funny when you get on something. Pig? I don't even know how to get Pookie. Exactly. Birds are descended from lizard-hipped dinosaurs, not bird-hipped dinosaurs. Extra cephalus scales. If you do, could you give me some? 4 pieces. Look at the wrong idea. Do I have that? I don't even know. Oh, I don't have it. Sorry. Pookie. Pookies, huh? Okay then, I can view the settings that come on the first... Oh, that's how you get... That's how you get Pookie? saying that kind of facility has been built, you have to go. You have to go to the signboard on the 3rd level for that. Don't say them. Don't ask me about them by mistake. I'm too busy for that. No Poogie. I can give you a palate cleansing piece of blur's knowledge though. Did you know sharks as a biological family are older than the North Star? What's a North Star? That sounds really cool. 2 points. What point? Point exchange. Huh? Special request. Feeling square. Okay, what should I do? Expansion. Staff member, general store, combiner, bar, clothing store, event. What the fuck? Give item. What do you want? Do you want dragon toadstool? Or do you want... I can give you dragon toadstool. Well, what's this? I'll take it, but don't expect me to thank you or anything. Do you want more dragon toadstool? Can we have this? If you say we're joking, then I'm not gonna give it back to you. Yipton Hemisphere? There should be a buy Poogie option in the Poogie menu. Doesn't look like it. And a Poogie! Fuck! How do you get points? Let's go there. It's here, Elder Boat Land. I'm gonna go to Elder Boat Land. Go to your box and search for Poogie tickets. You should have some. Each ticket this gives 30 points. Oh. Sharks as a biological family are older than Polaris. Polaris sounds cool. Sorry. Oh god. Sell item. There it is. Wait, that's not how I use it. It's not selling it again. This is a 30-point ticket. Yeah, but if I sell it, I get nothing. Do I? Huh? Huh? Yeah, I have one. What is your name? Ultimate Fugazi? A Fugazi? Ultimate Fugazi! I need this cat. Meow. What can I do you for? Talk. Told me about this place and now I'm here looking for the seeing if they told me what's true. I need Ultimate Fugazi! Manager cat. What can I do you for? Change assignment. No feeling hired. Employment agency. The 30 points one are the ones you should put in your pouch. Oh, I should just take it and give it to her. Give it to my tsundere, whatever this shit is. Hey, well, what is it? Come in, get points. Oh my, that's a MyTore exchange ticket. If you use an exchange ticket, you can trade it for my MyTore points. What do you think? Want to exchange it? Sure. Well then, I'll take the exchange ticket. Thank you. The Poogie we've been waiting for is finally here, and it's not here for just anyone. It's here for you. I'm just start falling over it right. Bitch, what do you want from me? Do I do tabletop prep for potential games? Play Guild Wars 2, practice Guild Wars 2, or play HD 2? Or keep hanging out here and not doing anything? honestly, it's up to you. become Durgan, do all the things. Or you could share all the Fatalis things that you saw on for Affinity if you want. There's like a channel you can share. Why am I saying all these? And Dragon Mlem you? I'll get Mlem. If you want your Poogie to go on a quest with you, you need to buy a departure facility. Okay. Nyamagi Zhangho, why all of it needs 30 points? Fuck. No Poogie. I just got a Poogie, what do you mean? Oh, did you guys know, fun fact, the Poogie in Bahasa Malaysia is a bad word. Essentially, Poogie in Malay is a female reproduction lower body. Yiptalis? Yiptalis? Sephora Fatalis? I've been looking at Sephora Fatalis for a long time. It's right not here. HR? Oh. What is a Poogie? Give it to me. Wee. Congrats on your Poogie. You're pretty good, pup. Thank you. I finally got a Poogie. Bitch! I have a point. Get points. And Poogie. Ranch expansion. Departure facility. That means they can build a facility. Even I'm a little excited about it. But just so you know, the work won't be finished today. You have to come back tomorrow. Arbitrary wait time. God fucking damn it. Shanghai 物运动用设施木灯 This is like obstacle course facility. 木灯 something wooden wooden exercise facility? Gee, something about leg facility? Gonna love arbitrary wait times. I cannot believe it. Save the points for a Poogie cuffs. Cuffs? Cuffs. Put cuff with, huh? Got cuffs? Nothing seems to like that blue Fatalis version of FA. It's all based on white Fatalis. Or maybe they don't know about that version of Fatalis. Because this version of Fatalis is... Oh, this version of the game, Masato Frontier, is not very well known. It's only Chinese version and Japanese version. So I'm willing to bet that not a lot of people know about this version. Would be my guess. It's just called Fatalis. It's just different in this game. You could try Crimson Fatalis. And Crimson Fatalis is also a thing. Oh. So good. Gosh diggity dang, it's like a suit. Garden, I need egg. To get the duck. Game? Okay, game? Oh. Oh. Okay. Tataya, tataya. Tataya, tataya. This one's just like tamago, tamago. Tomato, tamago. Tapite, tapite. Something, something, tapite. It says I need to talk to the guild master. Hey you, look at my armor. There it is. Ataya. See, the thing is, I tried to do this quest the last time, but I was trying to deliver the egg, but no matter what I press, it just doesn't deliver the egg. Like, I was trying to interact with the red box, it just doesn't do it. So I was like, fuck, I can never do delivery quest. Maybe I can try it tomorrow, but for now I have to go. There's a badminton session afterwards and I have to go. I'm just gonna close the game. Close the game for now. See, the thing is, in terms of like spooky models, I already have an idea what to do. because of this Monday of all the shenanigans that I went through. Have a nice day. Thank you, Brecky. I'm gonna... It's too quiet. I don't like it. Hmm. I should find a raid target. But I know why it's so funny. It's all caps. Why? Bye bye, Toy Sisters. Toonbo? Why do I feel like Toonbo has been streaming for a long time? It's just me? And it seems quite a bit of people has been playing Poke Rogue. No, Toonbo just started streaming not too long ago. Or by not too long, it's about 4 hours. Raiding to another bold? I can raid the Toonbo. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here, Tikaka. Thank you all. Yeah, let's raid Toonbo. Why not? Boats raiding boats? Where's the word come to? Boats are supposed to stick with each other, no? Because we are boats. We call boats. Oh, what's the word? I think I mentioned it before. Something. Pack tactics, I think that's the word. We raiding? I was just lurking. A lurk is good. I always appreciate lurks. Where we raiding? To Toonbolt, another kobold. Raiding to another kobold. Because kobolds are great. I love kobolds. Kobolds. Here, let me summon Bernie first. Hey, Bernie. Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. And if you don't know, I have a Discord. I'm still thinking of whether if I want to do a Kobold Care play session today. Oh, not today, sorry. On Saturday and or Sunday. But here's a Discord. Only, and the thing is, like, the first thing I want to mention is that only people with a certain role will get the invitation to play the game. Of a certain role, right? So, I mean, it is Kobold Care, so of course. But I'm still thinking if I want to do it or not. I'm not too sure yet. In the name of the almighty dollar, under the protection of the ultimate capitalism, the Bernie was summoned here today to send us a message from our from out on high. It's Bernie. Oh my god. Bernie. Gosh, I don't know. Maybe I should take more time to plan this because I never do this before. Like the Discord hangout thingy. Maybe I should do this more often. Interact with community a lot more other than just me being here. I mean, I like being here. That's fuck. I love being here. Anyway, I will think about it. Once I'm ready, I will make an announcement on a certain channel on the Discord. Ray Toonbold. Okay, there we go. I like being here. It's true, I like being here. I like Yip here. I love Yip here. I love Yip here. It's even better. Yip good. I'm suddenly extremely hungry. What is this? What is this weird feeling? I am suddenly extreme. I'm gonna raid Toonbold. Give message? I will. Give me a sec. I will do the raid message. Okay. Okay, I'm ready to raid Toonbold. Tomorrow I'll play. Gosh, I don't know what to play. I want to play more Monster Hunter, but I'm also obsessed with 7 Days Today. I guess I'll play whatever I feel like playing. Maybe even Tekken 8 if I want. See, people have schedule. I don't. I just play. I just do whatever I want to do spontaneously. I've been playing 7 Days to Die for a long time. And recently I got back to it because I realized that I can just configure the progression.xml file so that each level up will give me 5 points of skill points instead of 1. And I think I enjoy that a lot. It makes the game more fun because I get to, I don't need to spend 10 years leveling up, killing zombies just to get like one page of skill tree done. I personally love being strong in games like that. So yeah, ever since I figured that I can change the progression thing, I've been enjoying the game again. I've been playing the game again. So I've been playing Monster Hunter 7 Days to Die, Balloon Tower Defense 6. And I found some new games actually, by the name of... Let me open up Steam real quick. Oh, Path of Akra is the one that Breen recommended it to play, and I saw Breen play a little bit, and it looks fun as hell. And if I can, I kind of want to buy the new game. I'm sure a lot of people know about this game. Little Kitty, Big City. I want to try it out. Steam Endless Replayability Fest. Ooh. Shit, it's time to shop, I guess. Oh, World of Horror! Right, World of Horror is also really good. Manoland. Rabbit and Steel, I've seen some people playing it. Robo Beat Returnal. People are saying that Returnal is like shit. But I might be wrong. Nope, it's very positive. So I guess I'm just hearing some weird noises. Endless Dungeon? Oh, isn't this the game with like a butler dragon? Yeah! Animal Well also looks really good. Claim your free point shop items. I don't need that. Animal Well. Oh wait, I've seen Tikri play it a little bit. I think it was last night. And I heard Risk of Rain 2 got a new update? Question mark? Not too long ago. Oh, there's so many games. I love games like I love roguelike games. Roguelike, endless replayability, it's great. Oh, I see a lot of people playing Balatro, the card game. Shit, I cannot buy games though. I need to save money for the convention this year end. If I want to buy, I think I can only buy one. Like, that's the most that I can afford. Oh shit. We'll think about this next time. I'm gonna raid Toon. I'm gonna raid Toon Bold. I'm getting hungry. Do that too. Save your August con, hopefully. Good luck saving. Guess we all need it. Alright, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And here comes the raid to Toonbold, another couple. I'm on wait list, so not sure if I'll be coming up, hopefully. We'll see. What's the message? That's the message. We're gonna raid the shiny. We're gonna raid Toonbold shiny. But of course, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for some. I enjoy being here. I'm also back to being sleepy again. It happens. That's the raid message. Oh! Hi, Pinky. Bye, Pinky. Thanks for pet. Thank you. Okay, that's the raid message. It's nice to see you, always. It's always nice to see you. I don't think I'm missing anything. Hopefully I'm not. I'm just gonna wait for the timer to go down as always. Maybe I should play some Tekken. Just maybe. I don't know. I'll figure out next time. And take care, everyone. Hobo loves you. Smooches. Bye bye. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye.
Yark!
Yark! Mlem! Oh god. They're going away, Mlem.